Test, test.
Now let's get some more mics on the table.
How many?
20.
Oh,
Don't drop it.
I didn't do nothing. This one didn't mute.
That's me.
Yours are not muted.
Yeah, I know.
Which is normal.
Oh, yeah.
You. Test, test. Test, test. Test, test.
You are right.
Test, test. Test, test.
Do I still need the police to see things or no? You don't think so? Okay. Okay. The time is now 4:36, and this meeting call to order. We have a quorum presented in person, and now the board will convene in a closed session.
Josh has what? Marshall, your school now? Setting meeting timeout or browser restriction.
Just hit retry. Network connection timed out.
Do we hardwire this thing?
Yes, definitely.
But it's hardwired on.
Yeah, that's.
Are we using an OPS?
Yes.
In where, my friend?
We're going to have to replace our cable too. That place is broken off on that side.
The Ethernet?
That's probably why this was.
Yeah, I don't care.
They changed the host too.
To who?
Fort Bend ISD
That is the host.
is currently host, reclaiming host when this work breakout phones polls.
Reclaim host. I think that's necessary though.
But
Moving Jamal from the.
that's what Dan Lee thinks too.
I think it
He's
is.
too comfortable over there.
And he friends with all of them,
Mm-hmm.
so he don't know how to be their boss. He don't know how to be their leader.
It's changed.
He,
Dan Lee.
why is he out here doing something?
He's a more hands-on person. Instead of telling the analyst, you need to do this, you need to do this. He goes out there and he works with them or for them.
I will help, but I'm definitely okay. I need you
I'm
to
gonna
do
let you hang
this,
yourself.
and I need you to do it by the end of the day.
That's why she moved Jason over under me, because he was having all that problem that he was supposed to. She moved him over to my central group. And I pretty much told him, look, this is what you're going to do. You're going to go to these campuses and these days of the week.
Oh, but you still have Kim good.
Yeah.
But she's that simple.
Yeah.
Who on the east side? Lorraine. Who on the east side?
Byron,
Lorraine, Byron, Tony,
Avery,
Avery,
Tony.
Edgar,
Stephen will be,
Stephen.
he's the contractor.
Stephen. I like Stephen.
Caesar.
Caesar.
He'll be over there.
What about
I was
Charles?
trying to steal him. That's up in the air, because initially I was gonna finagle either Caesar to do Fort Settlement Cornerstone or
Charles.
Charles. But Charles said, well, I want different campuses.
So she's trying to put Stephen at Crawford, ain't it? Or not Stephen, Caesar
I think so,
at Crawford,
yeah.
Heritage Rose.
No. I think she's gonna try to put Paul over there. Paul's he's a new guy.
The other guy.
From Alpha.
Paul,
Yeah.
okay, they work. So we
'Cause
got
he lives over
Paul,
there.
Caesar, Stephen,
And
Charles.
Caesar lives off of Cartwright, right by the Quill Valley.
gotta go to work.
Oh, yeah.
That's your commute to work, whatever that is. And if you get a car, you better park it at the campus closest to you.
12 Valley Elementary.
And Steven coming from Friendswood. She's what? She just leaving in her car.
That's what I would personally do.
He's gotten it. He on that 1-to-1.
He's already familiar with the
And he do
staff and
Blue
everything else.
Ridge. Somebody needs to be there and somebody needs to be able to see this. That's all.
We'll see what happens.
Yes.
She's not trying to fill the
I'm getting
central.
a section. I can't live in a $1 million house like that.
4-7 cornerstone.
that.
Honestly, it doesn't really need to be.
It's not that needy. But you just want your whole school.
No. Honestly, I could care less either way. Because we'll get the job done, and I know my guys will.
So who are worker bees? Who do worker bees on?
Fine. You have to really leverage him. Because he's a, Sylvia Central.
Oh, shoot. Who the other seniors? Lorraine and Byron?
Mm-hmm.
And Hilda.
Oh, yeah.
What other high school over there? Edgar. Edgar's senior, ain't he? Edgar.
Yeah, he's a senior.
And-
Woodridge. Atkins,
Who's back there in the Sienna Crossing Scanlon?
nobody right now.
Leonetti.
Nobody. The contractor's been filling all that.
What's that? And Thornton. All that's empty. All them
I
Sienna
think Tony,
schools?
doesn't Tony does for me?
I thought he did things.
I thought he did both.
Maybe he did.
Because I think she gave him 2 middle schools.
Oh, okay. She needs to be consistent with it.
I agree. Some of her decisions, I feel that she does off of emotion.
She needs to be consistent with it. You got middle school, you're going to get 2 elementaries,
And
or
a
you're
middle.
going to get 1.
Well, she does that because I give her the fact that some of these schools are not equal to others.
They not.
Just like she moved Jason from the east over here, gave him Quail Valley Elementary, Len Armstrong Elementary, and Quail Valley Middle. That's like really low on the totem pole compared to what he was doing over in the east.
Because I had Bowie, which is the biggest middle school in the district, Oakland, Pecan Grove, and is that Neil or Matt?
Neil.
Neil at one point for a long period of time. Because I want to let Grant transition over to Travis. What do you mean? He a senior. So just cover Neil. It'll eventually be Grant's. What do you mean? You have him as a senior.
How much you want to bet that she's going to try to make Grant?
He is a senior.
When?
Grant, he and Travis.
That's right, that's right. I remember when, yeah.
It was between
That was
him
Angel,
and...
that was Angel and Natalie's doing.
It was between him and, was it Kim? At
Yeah,
that time?
he got it when Kim did. That's why I was so pissed off.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because Angel came at me like now.
Angel is agree with whatever she said. She don't have one of her own.
No, she was Natalie's public.
And I hope you think I'm about to take her place. Because I'm sorry, I got a voice. And I'm not a mom. It ain't work like that. It ain't in me. It ain't in me. It's just
Good.
not.
I'm glad to hear.
It's just not in me.
Honestly, I'm so sick of Angel. Because talking to him, you should always get back to him.
Angel, for some reason, feel like I should give her some credit for me getting this job.
She's like that.
But what did you do?
I warned you, I was there for you. I mentored you. I guarantee you that's what she's thinking. That was your lead.
And then when we had to meet the went and did that somehow had an impact on me getting a job? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. So she been calling me all weekend. I'm like, oh, I'm busy, I'll call you back. I really want to call her or talk to her to see what her salary was. That's all I want to know.
That's
But
public info.
I know. But that thing be wrong and right. It don't be
For hers is right.
It don't be really right. Because mine be wrong on there.
She told me what it was.
I know what she kind of made. But mine, every year on mine, it's wrong.
She
On
was,
this,
she
on
was
this
making a little bit more than I was.
Because she been here forever.
Yeah, exactly.
But I'm happy. I didn't even have to fight with them on what I wanted. So
I did.
I did. They gave me more than what I expected, honestly.
What?
So I'm happy. I'm taking it wrong with it. And looking at you like this when she talks.
It was over 70.
Yeah. I wasn't going to take less.
Just making sure.
Yeah.
I came in here fighting for like 80. And they're like, no. Wait, what do you mean, no? It's like, did you look at my resume? No. You know why? They said no. Because I didn't have a degree. I had certs, over a decade of
But
experience.
do this position require a degree?
Associates.
I thought it was degree or
Well, yeah, they can,
experience.
for years of experience.
Yeah, I have tried. I'm just waiting on it.
That's like Natalie's position requires a bachelor's.
Would you have a bachelor? I think she got that.
Yeah. I was told it has nothing to do with IT, like criminal justice. I think it was.
Or I think it was criminal justice. Mine ain't in IT either.
Mine is mine. Mine's business administration.
Mine is too. Human resources to be exact.
My two associates, I got an associates in HR management and associates in IT systems.
I didn't want to be a paper pusher,
That's
so
why I'm not
I didn't
HR.
want to do HR. No more.
I made
did
sure
it
I
for
got them
like-
associates in it though.
I did it for like 4 years when I first moved to Texas, and then next thing fell in my lap, and I just don't have any good at it.
That's like, I had a crossroads when I lived in D.C. When I left active duty, I was at a crossroads. I was working an IT job in kindergarten, and then when they were relocating that position to Illinois, I was like, I'd be damned if I go to Illinois. So then I reached out to one of my old military supervisors who was HR. She's like, oh yeah, I got a position for you. You want to come over here? And then I got a job offer for network security. So I had to choose which way did I want to go because I knew whichever way I was going to be stuck. So I was like, well, crap. And at the time, I was sick of IT. But at the same time, I didn't want to be a paper pusher.
I want to go into project management. That's my end goal.
So between you and me, if my unit activates me to backfill when they deploy, I already have a PMP course lined up for this November, and I'll be going to that get my PMP cert.
So through Texas Workforce, just because you are a resident of Houston and surrounding counties, they are providing you some courses for certain classes for free, and then they're going to pay for you to go and take the certification test.
Wow.
So that's the program I'm in. But I'm starting with my CAPM because I don't know nothing about PM.
They try to get me to do CAPM.
But I figure since it's free, I might as well start there, and then they're gonna do. I'm gonna
It's
go
pretty
from
much the same test.
CAPM. I know.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go from CAPM to Agile. Then I'm gonna go to PMP. But they're gonna sponsor several. We're trying to pass
You
the
might as well
first
get your
one.
Project Plus too. Just be,
I
mean, it's
will.
the resume filler.
I will, but I'm gonna start with the PMI. I want to do
Well,
all the
yeah,
PMI
yeah.
Institute.
No, I'm talking about after you get
Certifications
your
first.
CAPM,
Yeah.
get your Project Plus.
No, I'm gonna do Agile because I want to stay in PMI. I want to focus on PMI, and then I'll go to CompTIA, and then I'll go to CompTIA and do CompTIA.
But I'm saying, after you get your CAPM, you don't even need to study for the Project Plus. Just go take the test and knock it out.
But I'm gonna have to still take the courses.
No, you don't.
I do for them to pay for it.
What I'm saying is, you mean to pay for the cert itself?
The
I'll give
certification
you a
test.
website where you can get the cert for like 60% off.
Or free, Jamari.
Well, I'm just
I would
saying.
prefer free. I'm going to. I feel like the captain gonna be anyway. But I still need to. I don't know it. But
The Kaplan isn't easy.
But the practice test, I've been doing pretty well, and I'm in the first week.
Don't
I ain't gonna underestimate it. I'm sure it's not a walk in the park. However, I don't want to do a lot of jumping around. So I'm gonna focus on PMI, the capital, the agile, and then the PMP. And then maybe, if I feel like I need, I'll go back to the project. Well, this is one of those places.
So give you a little.
So I can set the recognition.
On the project, you fill in the scope of work, and then we'll drop all the files. One start shop. Very clear, very
Singer? I'm singer now. Yeah.
or T-building.
I'll text her.
Scope of work. T-buildings from this campus.
And she said,
No.
why?
I even told her, I said, she's like, well, you used to it. That's what we're, I mean, that's what we're doing.
Well, why are we
That's what she
doing?
said. I was like, are you kidding me?
Well, why do we even have
Then
shit?
you're late.
That was one of the reasons why she brought me on. She was like, I made this shirt for you, man. It's for you.
She ain't letting me manage SharePoint.
You know? Just like how she has the structure now, that's how I set it up. And I told her, it's just like, you can't, when you're doing it on mobile devices, you cannot go backwards to that folder where you're putting everything. You need to put it at this level.
Sorry. Do you want to do a sound check for national anthem?
What are we doing now?
Stand under standing.
So you want the mics?
Yes, please. And I'll bring the lamp over and.
So she was just like, oh, that's what I put. And I found out why she did that. Because
Is it choir?
that's the way she
There's
synced
like
it.
8 of us.
She has it
Okay.
synced to her college floor. So she doesn't go in the SharePoint routines. She has it in her file explorer.
So it's accessible for her, but nobody else.
Right. So y'all out in the field are screaming like, oh my God, where do I find this? Where do I find that? That's what I told Joe on my one-on-one.
And it always seems like they listen to you, but you know how it is.
That's why I built my central teams the way I did. So whenever Natalie puts something out there, all I do is link
Drop
the
it in
file.
the central thing.
Yep.
I'm already
I link the file into my central group.
I'm already used to it. So I have to do it. When that time comes.
That'll be July. After break.
Don't I know it? Am I ready?
Let me get out of here. I gotta go to my daughter's martial arts.
Peace out. Be safe.
See y'all tomorrow.
It's not big enough.
No, you'll be here.
She let me walk in.
I did have a big guy one time, and I was like, oh, I need to give him that, really?
Anytime I see 3 pages,
Oh, goodness.
yes,
But you need a microphone. You need a microphone.
kids, so some of them should be small. You're good.
That'll work.
We'll make it work.
Are they muted or not?
They're muted right now.
Unmuted. Let me see if I have it. I'm gonna bring them in. Kathy?
Test.
May I please have everyone's attention? Before the meeting began, we ask that everyone please silence your cell phones. The Fort Bend ISD Board of Trustee meeting is an open meeting for the public to observe the board conducting district business. Therefore, patrons may only address the board during the designated audience item section on the agenda. If you have printed material you want to give to board members, you must provide them to me or any officer present, and we will provide them to the board. We also ask members of the audience to be respectful of others by remaining quiet so that everyone is able to hear the proceedings. Thank you.
The time now is 6:02 p.m., and this meeting is hereby called to order. We have the presence of quorum attending in person. Notice of this meeting has been posted online and at the Fort Bend ISD Administration Building for at least 72 hours. First, we have a national anthem performed by the Fort Bend ISD Kodai Institute members, teachers. Thank you so much for being here, and please, everyone, please stand.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you so much for that beautiful performance, and thank you for being here. So please remain standing, and we're going to have a moment of silence. You may be seated. Next, we have a recognition. So may I ask the board member to come to the floor? And Ms. Williams, please.
Thank you, Board President Day. Again, these music educators are members of the prestigious Kodai Institute. They are Julie Bodiger she's the coordinator of elementary music for the district. Holly Linder from Highlands Elementary. Madeline McCoy from Malala Elementary. Hannah Rainwater from Sugar Mill Elementary. John Richardson from Elkins High School. Abigail Roderick from Ridgemont Elementary. Ara Trevino from Scanlon Oaks Elementary. Chelsea Williams from Heritage Rose Elementary. And from Cornerstone Elementary, the person with the best name in the business, Cinnamon Dove. Thank you, educators. And now Assistant Director of Fine Arts, Travis Springfield, will come up to announce more fine arts recognitions.
The Fort Bend ISD secondary theater programs finished strong this year with numerous special accomplishments. For the first time in district history, 2 campuses advanced to the UIL State One-Act Play Contest in the same year. Kempner High School, directed by Robert Archer and Crystal Smith, advanced in the 5A contest, and Bush High School, directed by Destiny Miller and Jason Barone, advanced in the 6A contest. 5 students received individual recognition at the state contest, including All-Star Cast recipients Teresa Izani, Angel Harris, and Lulani Maya, as well as honorable mention All-Star Cast recipients Marjorie Kalul and Isabella Fish. Here this evening to be recognized are Isabella Fish and her director, Robert Archer, from Kempner High School. Congratulations, Isabella. Also this year, Clements High School participated in the next narrative monologue contest, with Sahir Budwani advancing to the national finals, where he performed at the famous Apollo Theater in Harlem, and was chosen to receive one of 2 leadership awards at the event. Congrats to Sahir on this amazing achievement. Congratulations, Sahir. And finally, Fort Bend ISD schools earned an impressive 12 Tommy Tune nominations this year for musical productions across the district, including 2 wins for Dulles High School's production of All Shook Up, Outstanding Dancer, Drew Doyle, and Outstanding Choreography, Drew Doyle, Madison Hebert, and Gracie Morgan. Unfortunately, Drew got hung up from a college visit and wasn't able to make it here. He was going to be our student representative, but we wanted to recognize those students regardless and thank them for their accomplishments. And that's all for Fine Arts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Travis. Next, I would like to invite Shannon Rideout to come forward. We're going from arts to sports now. Shannon is the Assistant Director of Athletics.
Thank you. Noe Doe, a student athlete from Kempner High School, claimed his 2nd consecutive 5A state title in the tennis boys single division. Noe has won every single set during postseason play since his freshman year, and he'll be returning to Kempner High School this fall. So once again, congratulations, Noe. And Coach Souther is Coach of the Year, too, so you all recognize. Congratulations. All right, next, Fort Bend ISD Athletics Department has established a monthly Scholar Champion Award for student athletes who excel in the classroom, in competition, and in the community. Here are the recipients for this year's Scholar Champion. Austin High School, Kalechi DK, basketball. Clements High School, Rohan Parekh, golf. Elkins High School, Hannah Larson, track and field. Hightower High School, Madison Simpson, student trainer. Marshall High School, Jacob Avalar, soccer. Ridge Point High School, Ethan Hunter, swim and dive. Congratulations again to our Scholar Champions. No, you're good.
We have one more Scholar Champion then, right?
We have another, Madison is trying to join the photo as well. Madison Simpson represents Hightower High School as a student trainer. Congratulations. Next, we'd like to recognize Marshall High School Boys Track and Field Program. They claim their second consecutive Class 5A championship team title in the UIL State Meet. This is the boys' sixth team championship title and the 8th overall state title for the track and field program at Marshall High School. Here are the student athletes that represent that team: William Mitchell, Nolan Ritchie, Devin Wilkerson, Cameron Williams, Mason Rosbero, Naaman Roberts, Jaden Lewis, and Arvion Davis. Head coach Lloyd Banks. Congratulations, Marshall Track and Field. Yep, I got you.
Shelly Rose, we want to see you too.
3, 2, 1.
Thank you.
You want to get up there? 3, 2, 1.
Cool.
That concludes today's recognitions.
I want the E team to sing next time. The national anthem. That's my expectation. Okay, what is it now? That was awesome. So next we have is superintendent update. Dr. Wayback, please.
Well, good evening, everyone. The start of our slide there is a picture from graduation, as we had 11 ceremonies at Mercer Stadium, and you can see our school board, myself, and the majority of our executive team, and just a true team effort from so many departments across our district: safety, transportation, communications. The list goes on, and we're just so grateful. 6,330 students graduated, and we are beyond proud. The respect, the eye contact, the joy. It was near flawless for 11 ceremonies. So continue to just have to say that when I see that picture. But moving on, and celebrations update. Austin High School Junior ROTC Naval Flight Academy cadet Riva Jogdand. This is her on the right. She's begun her training in the prestigious Naval Academy Air Force Summer Flight Academy. And after an intense 8 weeks, she will earn her private pilot's license, plus college credits. She told us the curriculum is rigorous, but she's up for the challenge and she's already started flying. It's a very elite flight academy on the campus of Delaware State University. And Riva is one of only 26 students in the entire nation to be selected. She is the second Fort Bend ISD student in a row to be invited to the program. Last year, cadet from Travis High School was selected. So Fort Bend ISD is on a roll, and we want to congratulate Riva. Moving on to students' scholarships. We want to congratulate 6 of our 2023 graduates who've just been awarded college scholarships by the Men for Change organization at the Quail Valley Country Club at a recent event. The students' names are on the screen, and most of them are pictured here. Each student received $1,000, and they were selected because of their academic success, their merit, and their proven leadership. The students are graduates of Bush, Dulles, Elkins, Hightower, Marshall, and Willow Ridge High Schools. Congratulations, gentlemen. Texas School Alliance meeting. Last week, some of the executive team members and I attended a virtual session with Texas School Alliance to hear a recap of the 88th legislative session. We listened to consultants share the news, their views on what may happen next. And after all, the current special session on property taxes ends tomorrow. We've been reaching out to lawmakers to strongly encourage them to take funding action in public education. I want to recently highlight a conversation within the last week. I've had the opportunity to speak to 2 of our local elected officials, Senator Lois Kolkhorst and State Representative Suleiman Lulani. And in both of those personal conversations, just to let you know, these are things that happen behind the scenes. I had conversations with them about asking for public education to be a priority, especially because of the unprecedented surplus money that the state has. That we really need money to be allocated for teacher raises. Our teachers are incredibly important in the process, if not some of the most important players. And we know that they've already allocated 5% raises for state employees, and we were kind of wishing that that would also include our teachers, our bus drivers, our counselors, and so on. We also know that special education funding is critical, so in my conversations with them, I specifically asked for consideration. Currently, Fort Bend ISD is spending $36 million more in special education than what we are allotted from the state. And that is a huge difference. It's a difference that we are delighted to do because it's important, but we would really appreciate closing that gap. And I spoke to them about recent safety mandates that are also unfunded, including police officers and some of the recent bills that have passed. So I remain hopeful but watchful, and I encourage those listening in our community to also reach out to all of our elected officials that serve Fort Bend County and Fort Bend ISD. Teacher recruiting event. With all the uncertainty, we couldn't value our teachers more. I think we learned that in the pandemic, how vital it is and what a craft and a skill it is that many parents learned to treasure as they were working to be teachers at home. Our human resource department, I want to congratulate them. They've been holding a lot of job fairs. They have had a virtual job fair recently, and we had 30 potential candidates just from that. But we're working hard to identify the very best teachers in our campuses. And the very next Virtual Connections recruiting event will be July 12th. And then just in closing, I just wanted to let everyone know that school continues in Fort Bend ISD. Summer school right now, we have a total of 4,826 children in summer school, 2,417 in elementary and 2,409 in secondary. So we're still busy. When you see the yellow buses going up and down the streets, that's because we're servicing 4,800 kids, even in the middle of the heat wave and in the middle of the summer. So great things are still continuing to happen in Fort Bend ISD, but we are definitely, President Day, hopeful and watching what our legislators will do, because as you adopt your budget tonight, those decisions in Austin have still not been made. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wayback. Next, we have a board members' reports. First, we have activity report. So, Mr. David Hamilton, do we have a report?
Yes, Madam President. Your Fort Bend ISD School Board at Work. Board members' district activities report. The board members attended the strategic planning workshop, the SHAC meeting, the FAB Awards, FBI SD Athletics Best, Dulles FFA banquet, SHAC advisory subcommittee meeting, special called meeting, bond timeline and bond project management workshop, policy review committee meetings, board officers meetings, public budget hearing, Fort Bend Chambers 2023 State of Higher Education Luncheon, TASB Summer Leadership Institute, Vision and Planning Committee meeting, Budget and Bond Committee meetings, various meetings with staff, tour of FBISD print shop, and Bush High School Symphony and Percussion Send-Off Concert.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Next, we have committee reports. Do we have any committee report this month?
Yes, Madam President. On June 12th, we had our first Budget and Finance Committee meeting. In attendance was Mr. Rick Garcia, Ms. Angie Hannon, and myself, along with several folks from administration and Dr. Christy Whitbeck. Within that meeting, the predominant focus was what is currently on our agenda tonight for the consideration and approval of the 2023 bond program. And we talked about various measures as far as what we could do to move forward with that, including an idea of resolution. There were other ideas presented as well, whether we went through phases, et cetera. And what you'll find later in the agenda is there is a resolution we'll bring forward to you all that that the committee had consensus on, and that includes meeting quarterly to review and go over the bond items, and that there would knowing that the financial reporting and transparency and that it's a priority to make sure we are accountable to our communities and that we're equipped to do so with that. And so that we'll have some oversight within that. And that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Malone. Thank you. So next, we have a public comment. Tonight we have 7 speakers. The board encourages and welcomes comments and input from our patrons. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes, and please refrain from mentioning a student or employee's name when voicing a concern or complaint, as board policy provides alternative procedures through the grievance process. We have a policy GF local or DGBA local to seek resolution to complaints. So I will read the name of the person registered to speak and share that they have 3 minutes to make their comments. Once the speaker starts their comments, the board secretary, Mr. David Hamilton, will announce when they have 30 seconds remaining. Once the 3 minutes time limit has expired and whether the speaker has concluded their comments, Mr. David Hamilton will announce that the speaker's time has expired. I then ask that you return to your seat. So the first speaker tonight we have is Mr. Willie Rainwater. Yeah, perfect. Your perfect timing. Yeah. You have 3 minutes, sir. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And I'd like to first say congratulations to the board members that are reelected and the new board member and everybody. So I'd like to say that to you guys. The reason that I'm speaking here is that I wanted to ask about the Blue Ridge Elementary. I know you guys are going to close it eventually, 2 years from now, probably. And when that happens, I just don't want us to forget the request I made for Blue Ridge and Meadow Glen, I believe it was, that those funds be left in those districts because those areas need funding badly. So I would like for that monies to be left in those feeder patterns so that some things can be done in those patterns with that with those fundings, because you already have the funds there anyway. So, I would like to make that request that you don't forget that. Also, I would like to ask, if the board is considering, teachers and teachers and staff badly need pay increase, because the situation is, as I was reading somewhere, that, CEOs in the country make like 300% more than the top employee. Well, in my mind, I'm thinking, well, yeah, but everybody has to live. I mean, the teachers need good pay, and Fort Bend as a district, if you're going to be a great district, you got to offer great benefits. You got to put capital forward for your staff and everyone. So I'm asking that the board, work towards that as this new board, comes together and does some things. And also about early childhood education. I think everybody on the board has said it once or twice that if a child is on a level of third grade, when he reaches third grade, if he's doing well there, then his chances are that he'll do well in life, or she'll do well in life. And I think as a district, that is what you want to be known for. Thank you. And so I'm asking that you invest in that and, deal with that. So other than that, you guys, God bless you with your challenges that you're going to have. And I know that nobody else wants a job that doesn't really pay, but I know y'all you gotta do it. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rainwater, for coming today. So next we have Ms. Tricia Gernani. You have 3 minutes. Thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you. Good evening, President Day, Dr. Whitbeck, and Board of Trustees. My name is Tricia Gernani, and I am a student at Travis High School in the Global Studies Academy, zoned to Austin High School. Last month, on Wednesday, May 10th, after a long 2 weeks of AP testing, my parents called me down to discuss a survey FBISD sent out. It was regarding how the Academy students should be ranked. And 3 of the options were for the Academy kids to be ranked among themselves. Should this option be implemented, I would be forced to attend Austin High School in my senior year of high school, a year full of memories and milestones that people never forget. And I would be doing it by myself without the friends and teachers who have supported me and my journey at Travis. Earlier this month, as I watched seniors walk across the stage, I thought about my own graduation and how even though I am in the top 10%, since I am not ranked at Travis, I will not be recognized for this achievement when I walk. This huge milestone will be tainted by the fact that Fort Bend does not recognize me as a Travis Tiger. As I apply for colleges that will determine the course of my life, now more than ever, I need those teachers and counselors who truly know me and my personality. In fact, with the board's recent decision to make FBISD a ranking district, my common application is jeopardized because of the lack of an option to put that I am being ranked at a school I do not attend. Dr. Whitbeck, I understand that earlier today was the first round of your superintendent evaluation, and I am glad you will be evaluated by the people you have worked with. Imagine if the board from Lamar ISD had come to evaluate you, even though they know nothing about the specific challenges in Fort Bend and how you are solving them. That is essentially what you are subjecting me to, but at a much larger scale with a much larger impact. At last month's meeting, I was recognized for being an international competitor for DECA. I also hold various other positions in clubs and take rigorous coursework at Travis, showing I am truly integrated and contribute to my school. But colleges will think I went to Austin. I will be compared with students I have never even seen or met, and in fact, some schools will have valedictorians they've never seen or met. Essentially, FBIC is making these colleges compare apples and oranges. Next year, I will turn 18, and I will exercise my right to vote. My parents have participated in every single election from the local to the national scale, and I plan to do the same. When some of you are up for office again, I want you to remember that people voting for you are people who know you and your policies. Because of EIC Local, I will not have that same privilege. Fort Bend prides itself on diversity and equity. But how is this policy equitable in any way when all kids in this district are being put at a disadvantage because of this policy? Please remember that the rest of our lives are on the line before changing policies to appeal.
Thank you for coming tonight. Thank you. Next, we have Miss Gina Torrey. Thank you for coming. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Gina Torrey, and I am the sister of Lisa Torrey Smith. Lisa Torrey Smith was killed in Fort Bend County in 2017 in a crosswalk on her way to school, to Jan Schiff Elementary, in fact. Many of you know or knew Jan Schiff, who was also killed while crossing the street in Fort Bend County. Lisa Torrey Smith and her legacy has now become an important part of Fort Bend County history and indeed of Texas history. The Lisa Torrey Smith Act, signed into law by Governor Abbott in 2021, now makes it a crime to kill or injure a pedestrian or other vulnerable road user in a crosswalk in Texas. And just like my sister, the Lisa Torrey Smith Act is no wallflower, and so it will not be sitting quietly on a shelf here in Texas. The implementation of this law is calling on Texans not only to use the road and share the road responsibly, it is calling on all of us to exercise greater compassion for those we know and those we may never know. The protection of lives of others is all of our responsibility. We should all be safe to live free. Free to walk to school, free to walk to a neighbor's house, free to ride our bikes, just free to be outside. Knowing that in Fort Bend County and throughout all of Texas, your life at all moments matters. So we're here today to ask that you consider naming a new school in Fort Bend County, not just after Lisa Torrey Smith, a woman who died, but a woman whose death has transformed Fort Bend County and Texas history. A woman whose legacy has created a movement of compassion and love for neighbors known and unknown. A school honoring Lisa Torrey Smith would encourage students, in the words of Mahatma Gandhi, to be the change you wish to see in the world. It would also benefit from the support of the nonprofit movement that is implementing the Lisa Torrey Smith Act here in Fort Bend County and across Texas, and would ensure that any school in her honor would be an institution of compassion and excellence. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Torrey, for coming, and we're sorry for your loss. Next, we have Ms. Melody DePasca. Sure, of course. So next we have Ms. Lynn Closure.
Greetings, board. And first I want to say thank you all so much for the work that you all do as elected officials. It's a tireless job, but I want to say thank you on behalf of everyone. My name is Lynn Clouser. I am a Missouri City resident and also a parent with a son with autism who in the past attended Fort Bend schools. About 5 years ago, myself and my friend Hope Montgomery, a mom of identical triplets on the autism spectrum, started a support group called Autism Caregivers Around the Bend. Our group is made up of mothers, fathers, grandparents, older siblings, and we connect on a monthly basis to share in a safe space the highs and lows of this autism journey and share resources. But unfortunately, our meetings have been overwhelmed with common themes of deficiencies in our Fort Bend school system with children living with autism. I want to ask some of my fellow board members to stand up, and also we have a sibling here. They are here today in solidarity, standing with me, and a few of them are going to be making public comments as well. I want to thank David Hamilton and Rick Garcia, who came to our meeting last year and heard us. But I really want to thank you, Dr. Shirley Rose Gilliam, who recently came to our meeting, who heard us, who kept in contact with us, and is the reason why we are here today in front of the whole board to address our concerns with you. We came today not to ruffle any feathers, but simply to be heard and felt heard in hopes of more action in our school district. You will hear from a few of our members with specific concerns. We're here out of the necessity, wanting the very best for the children of Fort Bend ISD and the future generations of Fort Bend ISD for those living with autism. When you know, you can grow, and we look forward to implementations to be addressed from the concerns that will be mentioned. Again, I want to say thank you so much. We are autism caregivers around the bend. We are a group of, again, we call ourselves caregivers because caregivers are not just parents. They're grandparents, they're aunts, they're uncles, they're siblings that take in care for the their autism loved ones. And everyone by this point should have someone. We're 1 in 36. 1 in 36 children has been diagnosed with autism. I used to ask that question in groups and ask the question, do you know someone?
30 seconds.
And the whole room, half of the room would say no. Now I ask that question, and everybody knows someone living with autism. So I will yield my time. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Clauser, and thank you for being here tonight. Next, we have Mr. Peter Olson. Thank you, sir, for coming tonight. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Pete Olson. I've lived here in Fort Bend County for 17 years. Both of my kids went to Fort Bend ISD schools. I served 12 years in Congress. I'm going to sound like Gina Torrey tonight because we have a common bond. But talking about bonds, congratulations. $1.26 billion to go forward with all the plans we have for the school district. $18 million of that plan is supposed to be spent on elementary school 56 in Siena. We all want that school to inspire our youth. Schools like Jan Schiff, Ann Sullivan, Sonal Butcher, and Alyssa Ferguson. I spoke before this board supporting those names. I humbly ask you to support the name of Lisa Torrey Smith for ES 56. None of our schools have been named after a parent. We have 51 elementary schools, not one has been named for a parent. Lisa can break that threshold. And as Gina said, she was walking to class with her son. She was run over and killed by a driver in a crosswalk going to Jan Schiff Elementary School. Like Lisa, Jan was killed at a crosswalk right around the corner from here on January 5th of 2008. I knew Jan very well. I knew Alyssa. I knew Alyssa. I knew Ann. I knew Jan. I knew Sonal. I know that Michael Schiff, Jan's husband, was elated the school is named after his wife. Please, let's give that same elation and joy to Lisa's family. Lisa was not just a legacy of a law. She was much more than that. She was a great mother, a great wife, a great sister, great daughter, and a great friend.
30 seconds.
By naming a school after someone who was just a parent, this is a strong message to parents in Fort Bend ISD and all across the country. We love you, we love you, we love you. Please help me name ES 56 for Lisa Torrey Smith. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for coming tonight. Thank you. Next, we have Miss Melody DePasca. Thank you for coming tonight. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Melody, and I am a parent of 2 boys that attend Fort Bend ISD, one of them being on the spectrum. And I just had 3 points that I wanted to bring up. One of them was bus transportation. My son, who's on the spectrum, currently is doing ESY and is utilizing the bus transportation here with Fort Bend ISD. School starts at 8:10. He gets picked up at 6:20, and he's on the bus for almost 2 hours. And I think that is quite a bit of time for any child, especially a child with special needs, to be on a bus that long, strapped in, especially a child with autism who has to move frequently and has a lot of sensory issues. The same going home. His bus doesn't get home till 4:30, and school lets out at 2:20. And I know that I'm not the only parent, because I've encountered other parents that have had the same issue, but we have no other choice but to put our kids on the bus because as parents, some of us work or we have other kids that we have to tend to. So it's a concern that I just wanted to bring up. And I know that 6:20 is early, but there's 3 other kids that get on the bus before my son. So I can imagine what time their school bus is picking them up. The other point I had was the lack of training teachers have in handling challenging behaviors in students. Lack of training is driving down, I believe, the teacher morale, which in turn makes it a difficult environment for them to teach and manage their classrooms. And student behaviors are rising, especially after the pandemic, and the amount of training I think our teachers are given is not enough. I believe that our schools need more support staff, such as counselors, psychologists, social workers, and other behavioral support specialists, despite an influx of federal funding and support staff hiring sprees. And the last point I had wanted to bring up was the lag in time to be initially evaluated for special education. Me and other parents as well have been on a waiting list to have our children evaluated for special education. I waited over a year to get a call, and I just feel like that's a long period of time. And others, compared to other school districts where they've gotten in sooner to be evaluated. But those are my 3 points, and I just wanted to thank you all for having me here. Thank you.
Thank you for coming tonight. Thank you. Next, we have Ms. Marisa Morgan. Thank you for coming tonight. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Madam President and board members. My name is Marisa Morgan. I have a 13-year-old growing tall grandson on the spectrum. He is in Fort Bend ISD. As I have watched him grow these 13 years, I have come to the realization of how large the spectrum really is. No 2 kids are alike. Some are nonverbal, then you have verbal. You have some kids that are functioning, you have none functioning. Yet what I've noticed is as our students and our kids mature, everything changes, especially physically. Our teachers must have the training skills, and they must have training and skills to handle these growing pains, if you will, when they arise in the classroom. Communication is really key also during this time with the parents in key situations. Also, better speech therapy in the classroom, as well as an opportunity to offer maybe sign language classes utilizing the resources available from the state of Texas. Our state representative, Ron Reynolds, is a great contact for this information. I'm going to also kind of piggyback on what Ms. Melody said about the transportation. My grandson is out of school at 12:30. The first day in ESY, it took him 3 hours to get home. So can you imagine your child, whether they're special needs or not, on a bus waiting to get home, not knowing what's happening for 3 hours? So put yourselves in our places. Please be a lot more considerate. Give our teachers the training and the tools and the resources they need. They are available from the state level. That is some information that I have received one-on-one from our state representative, and I am respectfully asking that you reach out so that we can utilize these resources to help our teachers with their training and education when it comes to our special needs children. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan, for coming tonight. Thank you. That concludes our public comments. So next, we have information item, and first we have intruder detection audit report findings. Chief Ryder, would you like to take over?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Day. Good evening, Board, and Dr. Whitbeck. So this is the final intruder detection audit report for the 22-23 school year. Since our last visit on May 15th, since the last update, we had 6 additional intruder detection audits, and all 6 came back with no corrective actions, which is fantastic. By way of a summary for the entire school year, we had 62 intruder detection audits completed at 62 campuses. 8 of those campuses had findings, but of those 8, 4 of those were mechanical room doors that did not access the interior of the school where students and staff were. So only 4 resulted in a door that was found open on these unannounced intruder detection audits. So we feel like that's pretty good. This was the first year that we were subject to these, but it won't be the last. So there's room to improve, and that's good. We're always looking to improve. But I do want to recognize Mr. Bart Roseburr, who's in charge of our emergency management. On each one of the findings, Mr. Roseburr personally went out to each school, took pictures of each door that might have had a finding, ensured that they were corrected immediately, and made sure that the staff, including the substitutes that were on property that day, all received training so that we could make sure that doesn't happen again. And I would also like to thank our principals and our staff and our students for doing a good job of making sure that all those exterior doors stay locked. That's vitally important. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Chief Ryder. Do we have any comments or questions from the board? Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Chief Ryder and Mr. Roseburr. So just want to commend the both of you once again for your commitment to keeping our kids safe. And just a quick little story. So there was a finding at my kid's school that was minor. And not long after, I went to my kid's school, and there was Mr. Roseburr doing an additional check to go make sure that everything was corrected at the campus the way that it should have been. And he was quick to assure me that there was nothing wrong. He wasn't there for a problem. But that just gave me added confidence in what our district is doing to keep our kids safe. So thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Madam President. Chief Ryder, Mr. Roseburr, I also want to commend you, staff, and your team for doing such an excellent job. I've got family in the schools as well. My wife teaches, and I've always felt, and I've said it many times, I'll say it again, until I'm blue in the face, I'm definitely one of y'all's biggest fans. I've volunteered at the schools. I see what the teachers and the principals do on a regular basis. I know what kind of goes on a little bit, and then sitting up on the board, just understanding more behind the scenes. It's really amazing, and you guys do an excellent job, and definitely I would consider you probably the best in the state. And I don't know any other school districts, but you're the best as far as I'm concerned. So appreciate it, and thank you for all you do.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. I see no more comments. We're going to move on to our next item, which is consent agenda. Before we start consent agenda, I'm going to pull A4. That's a meeting minute from March 6, 2023. We just need a minor update, so we're going to put it back on for next meeting. So before we continue, A4. It's for March 6, 2023. Yeah, I think that's the one. Okay, so is there any other? Oh. A2. That's Almeida Crawford attendance. A2. Okay, I'm sorry, Ms. Malone. This agenda item was requested by Ms. Malone, so we're going to pull A2, not A4. And so we can carry on. So before we start motion, is there any board member needs to pull any items from the consent agenda?
Mrs. Day, may I provide the board with a brief instruction on using the raising hand? On your device, on your where you do the voting, you can request if you have a question for Mrs. Day, and it will show up on her dashboard, and she can call on you as it comes in.
Thank you. You're making things a little bit more complicated, but thank you. Yeah. Well, so Ms. Jones.
Thank you, Madam President. For consent agenda, I would like to move H.
H. Okay.
L1.
L1?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
L2.
L2.
And L11.
$11? Okay.
Yes.
So let me repeat back to you, Ms. Jones. It's H, L1, L2, and 11.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Is there any other items? Ms. Malone?
Yes, Madam President, I also would like to pull item L10, please.
L10. Is there any other items? I would like to pull H. Oh, it's already pulled. Sorry. Just want to make sure.
I pull the good ones.
Okay, yes, yeah. So now we have H, L1, L2, L10, and 11. Is that correct? And A2. So may I have a motion for the consent agenda?
Yes, Madam President, I move the board to approve the consent agenda with the exception of pulling 9H, L1, L2, L10, L11, and A2 as presented.
I second that motion, but I second that motion.
Okay.
But what about 9? I thought you were
I said 9H.
She did.
9?
9. No, nobody said L9.
L9.
Nobody asked for L9.
No, no one said L9.
Okay, we can, since, okay.
Does anyone want to pull L9?
So you want to pull L9? Okay.
You want to pull L9?
Or pulling that one.
We are pulling.
Yes.
Okay. Can we, do we have to redo the motion?
It would
Please,
probably,
legal-
provided that there's no objection, you can withdraw the prior motion that was seconded by consent and then call for a new motion.
Okay.
Can you say that again?
So, yes, provided that the movement of the motion and the second are agreeable to withdraw their motion and nobody objects, revealing there's a consensus for their withdrawing the motion, that would be the first step, and then a new motion can be made.
Okay.
Yes, I withdraw.
Yeah. I don't see any objections, so can I have a motion for this consent agenda? I think we are all, from here, we are going to all rock tonight.
Okay. Yes, Madam President, I move the board to approve the consent agenda as is with the exception of 9H, L1, L2, L10, L11, adding L9 and A2 as presented.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion by Dr. Gilliam and second by Mr. Hamilton. Do we have any discussion? Let's vote. Motion passes 7-0. Can I have a motion for item H?
Yes, Madam President, I'd like to table item H for later in the meeting.
H?
Like, isn't that?
No.
Or no, not H. All right, Madam President, I move to approve item 9H as presented.
I need a second.
Second.
We have a motion made by Ms. Malone and second by Mr. Hamilton. Do we have a discussion?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
So we are moving from 5 firms. We're having 5 law firms instead of 3. And I want to know what the justification for it, as far as why are we considering 5 instead of 3?
Good evening, Madam President, Board, and Dr. Whitbeck. Ms. Jones, the reason we are requesting an additional 2 firms, you'll notice at our agenda review meeting, there were 6 firms recommended. We've rolled that back to 5. Ultimately, what we're doing when we evaluate these firms is we're looking to build our bench, if you will. For example, over the next 5 years, we don't know exactly what legal issues we may face.
Okay.
And so what we are doing is finding those firms that are qualified, have specialized expertise in the world of school law and related areas that we may deal with. And so following our evaluation of that RFQ, those 5 firms were qualified, and we feel that they have those expertise that hopefully we won't need over the 5 years, but we need to be prepared in the event that a particular issue comes up.
Okay. Are they going to be on retainer, or we just pay as needed, or how does that work?
It is not a retainer. Typically, it is as needed. We do have engagement letters with each firm.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones, and thank you, Mr. Colby, for your explanation. So actually, I would like to separate this item into 2 motions. So I'm going to make the first motion will be I move the board to approve for the board recommendation for the board attorney for Roger Morris and Grover. And can I have a second for that motion? Okay. So now I have a motion by Judy Day and second by Dr. Gilliam. And
Madam Board President, I believe you already have a motion that was made and seconded already on the table.
So can we separate the motion? I mean,
as previously, you first have to address the motion that was placed first on the table.
Okay.
If the movement wants to withdraw that motion and the second agrees and there's no objection, then a new motion can be made.
I'll withdraw. That's
withdraw.
fine.
Thank you. I don't see any objections, so I'm going to move a motion. I move the board to approval for the law firm for the board attorney with recommended Rogers, Morris, and Grover.
I second.
Okay. Do we have any discussion for this? It's just for the board attorney. I don't see any discussion. Let's vote. Motion passes 7-0. The second motion, I'm making second motion, I move the board to approve the administration recommendation for the district attorney with 5 firms as recommended.
I second.
5.
It includes Rogers Morris on that.
Yeah, fine. So, do we have a discussion? I think we already heard from Ms. Jones. I too have concerns because my understanding is for the past decades, the district been using the 3 law firms with really no concerns. And we're reducing the number of architect firm, like later on we see in the agenda. I just feel maybe, I personally feel I recommend the district stay with the 3 law firms as we always have. So that's just my opinion.
If I might add, in this, I know I've had this conversation, I know with you, Ms. Day, with a few others. Keep in mind that this is an RFQ. This is not an RFP. This is a request for qualifications, which is different. And this means that the firms before us are firms that are highly qualified and that can be solicited for work as needed. There is no guarantee of any work that they would ever receive. As a matter of fact, we hope they receive no work, because that means we're able to handle our legal issues in-house and we give them no additional work. So it's a little bit different than comparing to architects who are active members of a community and want to engage in work with us, and that's the expectation. So that I just want to point that clarification. The other thing is the staff did look closely. As you recall, we had 6. We eliminated number 6, and number 4 and number 5 have an exact tied score. So you can't go to just 4, because if you did, you would have the tied score. So you either go with 3 or you go with 4 or 5. So I just want to mention that as well as just a point of information, and let the board make its decision.
Thank you, Dr. Wayback. I just want to, there's one more thing I wanted to point it out. Based on my understanding for legal services, if for some reason the firm is not able to provide the service in a foreseeable future, because their professional experience, they will give us a notice way ahead of time. Is that correct?
I'm not sure I'm following your
So,
question.
for example, if one law firm, the current one we have, if they have a difficulty to continue provide for Band SD with their legal services, they will give us advance notice, right, way ahead of time, saying for example, they don't have enough people, they don't have enough resources. For example, some people is retiring from the law firm. Based on the relationship, they should, because they are 3 big law firms. They have multiple lawyers in each firm.
I suppose that could happen, and we would wish that would happen in the event a firm reduces their services that are available to the district. However, keep in mind, typically the way we engage firms is an issue arises, and we reach out to that firm and ask and evaluate whether or not they're available. And so that would be the time, if they've reduced services, we would typically find out is when the need's already popped up and we've reached out to engage them for that particular need or case, then we would find out that it's unavailable. Ideally, the scenario you provided would happen. Unfortunately, I don't think that that's the typical way it happens.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Colby. Mr. Hamilton.
I just want to say that I agree with President Day's concerns here about, I understand that it doesn't seem like there's any expected need that would warrant additional firms. It's just kind of a just-in-case measure. And so just want to echo that.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Mr. Garcia.
If I remember at the last meeting, we're adding a couple of additional law firms that had expertise outside of the ones we're already using? That's what I understood it?
That's correct. One particular firm that we're adding has a member of their firm, a partner who is a former TEA general counsel, which provides a unique aspect. The fifth firm, if you will, is a group of lawyers who were previously a part of Rogers, Morris & Grover and were have worked for the district in that capacity as part of that firm. And so they broke off, created a second firm. And so those are lawyers that, frankly, have experience with the district and we have used in the past.
Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Ms. Jones.
Just a quick question. President Day, is there a motion on the floor? Okay. Is it for the 5 or the 3?
5.
5. Mm-hmm. Okay. No further questions. No further questions.
I don't see any more questions. Ms. Malone.
Yes, Mr. Wilbanks, you mentioned the specific expertise, and I'm sorry I didn't catch it. As far as I know, there's you mentioned general counsel with TEA and then folks that we've already worked with, but I guess what's the additional expertise that, for example, the folks that we've already worked with, I didn't catch whatever additional, like if they were, for example, had special education, since that was brought up earlier today. So if they had expertise within special education, because special education is a beast in itself, I can understand. I'm just trying to understand what the expertise is.
The specific expertise I'm referring to is with the firm of O'Hanlon, Demerith, and Castillo regarding the TEA former general counsel. It gives us special insight into the operations of TEA in the event that is needed. The additional firm, Spalding, Nichols, Lamp, and Langlois, don't necessarily provide a specific different specialized knowledge that's not present in the others. However, keep in mind what happened is you had a firm that divided into 2 firms, and so you reduced the number of lawyers that are available to the district. And so this is an attempt to return us back to that level where we did have those attorneys who have specific expertise in procurement, property, construction-related law that the district had utilized in the past.
Okay, so you're saying that some of the expertise, I guess, in the one firm left and they no longer have it in that firm?
No, they still have it in that firm. You just don't have the depth that you would have. So keep in mind, this is not necessarily, we're building our bench. So we're looking forward for 5 years, trying to anticipate the district's needs and then a changing legal landscape that's both at the firms and in the district.
Okay, so essentially the knowledge transfer.
To some degree, correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Wilbanks.
Thank you, Ms. Malone. Ms. Hannan.
Mr. Wilbanks, if you'll just clarify for me, having 5 that could be approved tonight does not increase the budget in any way, shape, or form. It just gives us an extra reserve, so to speak, of options that we could leverage if we needed legal counsel that couldn't be found within, let's say, if we only had a list of 3. Am I understanding this correctly?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hannan. So, Mr. Colby, I'm sorry, I just want to clarify. You mentioned to follow up Ms. Malone's question, so the form, they separated from the current form, but it didn't happen recently, though, right? Did it happen recently or no?
It actually happened right at 5 years ago, right after the board approved the firms, the 3 firms it approved 5 years ago. That happened and that occurred, and so we were at that point we were actively engaged with some of those attorneys, and then when that happened. We were unable to continue to use those attorneys.
So just to confirm, for the past 5 years, the Forband SD does not need to go to a other law firm for our legal needs. I mean, for those expertise, the firm we have are able to provide all the legal services that we need. Is that correct?
We have engaged additional law firms on an as-needed basis, but not necessarily for those particular issues. If you'll remember, we had a specific tax issue where we had to reach out and engage a specialized tax attorney. So for those specific issues, yes, we have been able to find other attorneys to fill in the gap, so to speak.
Thank you for that. So basically, if we need special services, we are able to acquire those services, even they are not our approved law law firms. Is that correct?
We would come back to the board seeking the board's permission. That does create an additional timeline concern, possible delay in responding. But yes, we would come back to bring additional.
Thank you. Ms. Hannan?
Ms. Day, I call for the question.
Okay. Let's vote. Wait. She called the question.
Yeah, that requires a second, but.
I second.
Where is it, 3 or 5 on the motion?
5.
Okay.
On the motion, it's a 5.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's vote. Motion passes 5-2. Can I have a motion for the next item, IR1?
I move that the board approve item 9L1 as presented.
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Malone and a second by Ms. Hannan. Do we have a discussion? Ms. Jones?
Yes. From looking at the summary and everything, I just want to commend you guys on reducing that rate from the base rental rate at the agenda review was $253 and now it's $115, and I think that is absolutely fabulous for saving us money and to negotiate that. And I just wanted to see what actually changed. What are we still going to get the same services? Did we reduce in services or in the venue? What would be a little bit different than before now, than it was presented?
Yes, ma'am. The biggest difference on the Mercer side is that, and we said in the notes before, that the costs associated with our own staff, you hadn't been calculated out, and so we enlisted the budget department and then got all the payroll records and put the information together there. So that had a big impact because we were spending over $100,000, on our staff, and we won't have that cost next time. The epicenter rate went down $82,300, but in addition to that, they actually added in AV services, which we thought we would have to be paying for on our own. So that that also sweetened the pot by $10,000. And so I was very glad to see this, and I think those folks seeing the interchange before, we encourage them to watch the portion of the board meeting. They do want our business, and they have come down proportionally, and so we're really happy with this, and I'm especially happy with the opportunity to have it locked in for 5 years, because it is a much lower rate than what we could ever think to have at Smart Financial or really anywhere else.
Yes, and it's good to see that our public see that we are trying to reduce our costs in every way possible with the current budget. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Ms. Malone?
Yes, now that we have this new button system, I hit it first. She hit it, I guess, before me.
He hit it at the
You
same
can't tell what's going on. But essentially, that's exactly what I was going to say, and I'd echo what Ms. Jones said, is I noticed that you guys negotiated a lower rate with them, and I want you to know that I greatly, greatly appreciate that. In addition to that, it now seems the cost to have it at the epicenter is actually lower than the cost it was to have it at Mercer. So not only is it cheaper, but in addition to that, the whole heat thing being inside, and also the efficiency of being able to have multiple graduations in a much shorter time frame is just wonderful. So outstanding work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Malone. Ms. Hannan? You didn't press? Well, okay. Okay, thank you. Did anyone not touching your screen now have names? Mr. Hamilton, did you touch the screen?
I did.
Okay.
I did. Thank you. So just wanted to echo those comments and thank the administration for going and negotiating this. And then also say thank you to Fort Bend County for being willing to work with us. I think we made some pretty good arguments last time. And so I'm glad that was helpful. I'm glad you had them watch the video of our board meeting. And then additionally, I think we had there were some numbers that weren't included for the Mercer costs, and I think those numbers were higher than the comparison that we had last time. And so the savings by going to the epicenter will be even a little bit more than what that comparison showed. In addition to the benefits that Mrs. Malone stated, I think it's really helpful for the district that we don't have as many staff members pretending to be event planners instead of kind of doing their primary job functions. So they did an amazing job. Not to say they didn't do a great job. They did a great job. But this just frees them up to focus on their primary job responsibilities.
Before we continue, I just going to ask if you all agree with others, can we move on? I think we all wanted to say thank you and great job. So, yeah.
I withdraw my question.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Gideon?
Okay, I hit the button before you said that.
Okay.
Okay, anyway,
great.
it was super great. Thank you for for being able to have air conditioning. Thank you. Actually, I pressed it to see if it worked. I'm sorry.
Okay, no, all good. Now we're all ready to vote. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you, everyone. Now we're moving to item L2.
Yeah.
Can I have a motion?
I move to approve item 9L2 as presented.
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Malone and second by Ms. Hannon. Do we have discussion? Ms. Malone.
This time I didn't press my button.
You put an item.
She did it.
Oh, she did.
pulled the item.
Oh, you put it. Sorry, Ms. Jones.
But I was getting ready.
Okay, so I want just a little bit of clarification as far as the print shop. I know we did discuss this in the agenda review, and I just want the public to know what is actually being purchased and the amount and how it will benefit the district as well as teachers. I think they really need to hear that as well.
I'll start with the answer as the Executive Director of Business Services makes his way to the podium, and he can fill in any gaps that I may miss. To start with, the district is not actually purchasing any equipment. This is for a rental agreement for a 5-year period, and so it is giving the district access to a wide format copier, which we currently do not have. Currently, we're outsourcing that work to the tune of about $140,000 annually. This will give us the capabilities to begin doing that in-house as opposed to sending it out to external print shops. And Mr. Gay has made his way to the podium, so I'll cede the mic to him to finish up anything I may have missed on that.
Yes, ma'am. This is a more advantageous contract for the district in that when you lease copiers, normally you lease them for like 60 months. And whether you keep that copy or not, you're on the hook to pay the lease till the full term. Whereas when we rent, if we decide that we have new technology or we need to reconfigure by using a different type of machine or bring in a different machine, we can undo the rent agreement with the company. They'll take a copier away, give us what we need, because they have a very active aftermarket supply chain to sell off the equipment. So there's really no obligation on the district to do it this way. The wide area format allows us to do things like banners and signs for the schools, yard signs or signs at the stadiums. We're going to try and actively market with vendors to do advertising on scoreboards. We would be able to reproduce that advertising for them. a reduced cost of what they would pay an advertising company to do it for them, and then we would go ahead and put that out there for them. So that would just be, we're looking for other revenue streams that we can bring into the district that would make the print shop at least a break-even operation. If we make more money than break-even, great, but we're trying to break even.
Great.
The one thing that I would add to what Mr. Gay said is you asked at the beginning, how is this advantageous to teachers? The print shop is set up specifically to manage print jobs for campuses. And so this provides them additional resources and additional options that they don't currently have access to. Right now, those jobs have to be outsourced if it's related to those wide format printing jobs that we currently have. And so we anticipate this will do two things, as Mr. Gay indicated. One, reduce the operating deficit, but two, and more importantly, provide additional services to our customers who are campuses and teachers.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Jones. Ms. Malone.
Okay, now I'm ready and I press my button. All right, Ms. Jones, great comments there, and Mr. Gay, and I want to just express, because this was something I asked a lot of questions about last time and over the course of the item. And a few things. First of all, thank you very much, Mr. Gay and Mr. Gwynn, for the board update where you illustrate what equipment we're getting rid of and then adding, and how we are reducing our small format workflow and increasing with wide format. And Mr. Gwynn, thank you for sharing with me today, because I was concerned with capacity and with we're basically reducing from 6 machines to 3 machines on the small format, but we're increasing in wide format. And this is for the board, but I asked, as far as capacity, since we're going to be doing this marketing effort, will we be able to manage the growth with the marketing effort and handle the district-wide needs? And he assured me, yes, that's the case. And so I don't expect to see more machines in the future on that. And then also on the wide format, I appreciate the information and also the projections. And I think the biggest thing, because I did call to the deficit, I'm trying to find, because I know this was just sitting here on the table, yes. The operating deficit, so before, and this is something I think the public needs to know, and just like the epicenter, you guys, hats off, because you're saving the district money there, and the same thing here. So even though there's still a deficit, the deficit reduces down to $155,000. And we're not, a for-profit business, I get it. It's just a concern when we're trying to make decisions every single month about how we're going to maintain cash flow, provide the services we need to provide for our students, but at the same time, be fiscally responsible. And so I greatly appreciate all of this information and knowing that there will be over $100,000 reduction in the deficit annually. That's very important, and I thank you for that. And that's it. Thank you very much. And I appreciated the tour at the print shop as well and saw the need for wide format.
Thank you, Ms. Malone. Mr. Hamilton.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Mr. Gay, just wanted to echo that. Just want to say thank you to you and to your team. We support you. You're doing a great job. And just in this environment, we're trying to challenge every dollar we spend. You understand that, but I think it's worth echoing that we think you're doing a great job. I think you're doing a great job, and your team's doing a great job. So thank you for doing a great job with all the grilling that we did at the last meeting, and answering all of our questions and giving us confidence in this item. Thank you.
Appreciate that. I'll let the team
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Ms. Hannan.
Okay. I didn't grill you last time, so I get to have a question. So I thought I understood this, but I want to be clear. I like to be clear before I vote. So the average cost that we were incurring, the average expenditure was $140,000, $150,000 previously on large, wide print signage.
On an annual basis, that's what campuses are outsourcing to other printers.
That's what campuses are outsourcing.
Correct. And so the district is spending $140,000 annually to outsource printing jobs.
Okay.
And this will allow us to bring that in-house. Currently, the print shop operates at a deficit. This will hopefully allow us to capture $140,000 of that revenue that will significantly reduce that deficit.
Okay, I got you, because that's not where my brain, I thought I had it, and then I lost it, and so I get it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hannon. Let's vote before Ms. Hannon lost it again. Motion passes 7-0. Next, we're going to go to consent agenda 9L11. Can I have a motion, please?
Yes, Madam President, I move the board to approve consent agenda at 9L11 as presented.
Second.
We have a motion by Dr. Gilliam and second by Ms. Hannon. Do we have a discussion?
Here's your discussion.
Ms. Jones.
Give me a second. So just for the general public, we are adding Amazon for the potential of purchases by the school district, and it's not exceeding $15 million, correct?
We're adding the Amazon Business public contract.
Okay.
It's not the same Amazon that you shop on. This is a completely different platform. The $15 million is basically an estimate based on expenditures in the past, and it's over 5 years.
Right.
Okay?
Okay.
So we won't spend $15 million all in the first year or second year, but over that 5-year period, we may, but we're only going to spend what's allocated in the budget.
Okay. Is there a limit, I guess, because we also have other vendors and we don't want to just spend with Amazon and keep spending with Amazon, because I know when I get with Amazon, I get a little crazy and just spend and forget about the other vendors. Is there a cap or for spending or?
There's no cap, but there are multiple award vendors in the platform.
Okay.
The platform allows our people to go in and, for lack of a better word, shop in that environment, and they can see corresponding pricing from other vendors for like items.
Okay.
And what we train our people to do is best value means also always trying to save the district funds by going with the lowest price. And I can assure you, Amazon is not the lowest price on every single item that we buy. So this would enable them to do that, but it gives them a catalog of items that we don't necessarily have access to through some of our other catalogs that we have. So this creates a shopping and an online shopping environment for them that are made up of vendors that we control what they buy, and so it gives us a wide area of targets, a targeted rich environment, if you will, of items that our schools can get.
Okay.
And if I may add to that, based on the ability of one-click bankruptcy, as I like to call it on Amazon.com, it is not feasible with this particular platform. And so all of our existing purchasing procedures would still be followed. So when someone enters in a requisite or an order request on Amazon Business Services, it will still flow over to our PeopleSoft system and flow through the requisition process as normal. And so if an executive assistant enters that, it would flow to their budget manager, principal or director or above, that would still have to approve that purchase. And so it's not a carte blanche for people to order like we would at home. There's still a very rigorous system in place to make sure that those orders are not bankrupting the district through one-click, easy access.
Gotcha. Thank you.
And I would also add that the security is there because they're staying within the FBI SD network. So they're not out there in the public sphere. They're on a very restricted, tightly restricted network that flows only through FBI SD channels.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Ms. Malone.
Thank you, Ms. Stay. All right. First of all, again, Mr. Gwynn, thank you very much for answering my questions. I really appreciate it. But since you mentioned Mr. Gay Best Value, there's a few options as far as bids go. Best Value, and what's the other one?
I'm sorry?
Like the lowest price one?
Oh, low bid?
Low bid. Okay. Can y'all help me understand? Because best value is not lowest price. It's the best value overall. So if I were, I'm just trying to understand this from a campus level. So first, hold on, I'm going to go back a minute. First of all, I'm going to continue with Mr. Gwynn on one thing. Thank you for sharing that, talking about equal level. And Mr. Gwynn shared with me that on equal level, it also, which goes into our PeopleSoft system, if I say anything incorrect, I was at the swim meet today when you were telling me all this. Help me out, okay? So within equal level, it does have all of our local vendors. It might have national vendors, and then Amazon would be added there as well, and they would be able to see all of this in one screen and purchase accordingly. So I appreciate that. He also shared regarding procurement law, because that was a concern that I had, is how are we having the safeguards in place to ensure that we are following procurement practices and the laws, whether they're state or federal, depending on the funding. And that's imperative that we're doing that, as that has been an issue with other districts. But because of what Mr. Gwynn said regarding the processes on going through PeopleSoft, in addition to that, having the two levels between internally within one's department and having their supervisor approve, and then in addition to that, after it moves on to purchasing and requisitions. And so I really appreciate the safeguards are there, because the last thing that I want is for something to happen down the road where we have an issue with some kind of fraudulent activity or something else outside of that realm. But on the best value, that part I don't understand, how we're assuring that, and maybe that's part of the process within purchasing. When they get to it, is purchasing making sure that happens? Because the way I look at it is, if it's a commodity and it's a pen, frankly, there's not really additional value from, if you're buying off of a screen from one vendor to the next. Or let's say it's a paper plate. We'll call it a paper plate, and it has the exact same code, the exact same product, and it's just sold from various vendors, and they just have a different margin. So how do we know that our buyers are choosing the lowest bid? Is that part of the hierarchy and approval, or do we just expect that they do it?
First off, best value takes place at the time of evaluation and selection of the vendors. Okay, there's 9 different criteria by state law that we must take into consideration in choosing that. Price is one of those factors.
Right.
Then there are sub-factors that we can choose to further delineate and call out on the list of people. So once the vendor has been selected and awarded, the assumption is that their products are already meeting a best value criteria. Okay. What you do is, when you have these people in a platform like Equal Level, where they're all competing for the dollars, is that people look at that and they will select, hopefully, all things being equal, like a stapler, that they'll go with the lowest price stapler from whichever vendor is offering that. Now, there may be other reasons why they select a different stapler, but what we get from Equal Level is we get data that tells us how they're making that selection. And we get data that tells us who selected it, and that this is a missed savings opportunity. So if somebody picks a higher priced item, they can go ahead and buy it, and if their supervisor approves it, it'll go through, and we'll look at it, and if it's from a contracted vendor who's gone through the vetting process and everything, and it meets the criteria of the specs and the pricing contract and everything, it'll go through. But we didn't take advantage of a savings opportunity that we could have. And so that would be then a training exercise with our admin staff and our people that are making that decision, is that you passed on a savings opportunity.
Okay, great. So you're essentially, what I'm hearing from you is that you have a reporting functionality within Equal Level at the purchasing level to then identify patterns, buying patterns, and maybe missteps, would you, or opportunities for additional savings, and then you would retrain.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, wonderful. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Malone. Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Madam President. So one of the questions that I had come to mind when you mentioned, so in terms of like Amazon, when you ordering, is it just? And I think we talked about this at the last meeting, and I was out a whole week last week on a cruise. So if my memory's a little fuzzy, and help me out, but. It's not just procurement it's going to be ordering, so it would be the folks at the schools is going to be teachers ordering, or is it just going to be, if the schools need it, it's going to go all through, they put in a request? How does the process work, actually?
So the teachers would have the capability to go through our web page, to get to the site, to get to that catalog, to make a list, a needs list, let's say, of a want list of things they might want for their classroom and everything. That list would come back to the admin. Through the equal level system, the admin could then turn it into a requisition, which would pull it back into PeopleSoft. It would then go through the review process that PeopleSoft, or the workflow that PeopleSoft has set up, that we've set up in PeopleSoft to approve that order. Okay, so it would go through multiple levels of review and checks and balances to make sure one is, if they're buying what we want them to buy, the principal has the right to refuse that. We have the right to say no at our level, so there's multiple checks there. But it's just a way to let teachers have some kind of say over what can I have in my classroom. Now, the system also has the capability for a principal, if they choose, to set up an account for each of their teachers to buy, let's say, $100 worth of items for their classroom. They could do that, and it would track how they bought and what they bought and everything like that. So there's all kinds of things that we could do, that we could make decisions on if we wanted to let them do it. It just gives us the flexibility to do that if we choose to do it.
And you can use, so you said campus activity funds as well. So if the PTO were to sponsor, I don't know, some PTOs sponsor giving money to teachers.
That would be a little bit more problematic in that our policies do not allow for, say, parents or people like that to have access to our government contracts.
Okay.
But let's just say the PTA wanted to donate funds to a teacher to utilize for their classroom, then they could go through that system to purchase those.
That would have been my next question. No, I think it's, and I support it. I was just kind of curious how the process worked. I think it's important because when people hear Amazon, they're just like, like what Mr. Gwynn was saying.
And I want to emphasize, it's not the same system that my wife uses, and we're one click away from bankruptcy, as Mr. Gwynn says, And when I get the MasterCard bill, I go, you bought what? But, no, it's a completely different platform, a completely different setup.
Yes, no, I appreciate it. Thank you for your question, or thank you for your answers.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Gay, if you need to sleep on my couch after that comment, you're welcome. So, quick explanation, quick question.
6 years, so she's used to it.
So there's kind of a talking point in the community about teachers coming out of their own pocket to buy school supplies, and then behind that talking point, so there's always an avenue for the district to pay for the school supplies they need. But it's not always the easiest, and it's not always as easy as going to Walmart or getting on Amazon for the teachers. And so, do you expect this to kind of help make it a little bit easier for teachers to go through the approved channel and it be paid for by the district versus the teacher having that, like, it's easier for me to go to Walmart or go to Amazon and or challenging once they buy it to get reimbursed? Do you think it'll help with that?
It's theoretically possible, okay? I don't know if it truly will be that way. My wife's been a classroom teacher for 36 years, okay? And I pay for classroom supplies every year to a certain amount, regardless of what district she's in or what they do. So that gives me a special understanding of what teachers go through, because I hear about it at the dinner table every night. So, I kind of want to make sure I get it right. But, we do what we can to help our teachers so that they alleviate that out-of-pocket expense. I'm not going to say it'll totally take it away, but it'll hopefully alleviate it.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Ms. Malone.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I had one other thing that I just wanted to mention to the board, and the question was on if we would be auditing or if there would be an audit schedule regarding Amazon. And it's my understanding that it'd be part of just the annual audit that we already currently do in general. However, I would like the board to consider, not tonight, but just consider possibly maybe in a year to potentially audit the Amazon, if this passes, but potentially audit this expenditure and ensure that the practices that we expect are being followed and adhered to. Since this is a new thing, almost like a pilot, I know that the time frame on this item is not for 1 year. It's, a longer term. And so I would just ask that we would have consideration to have, to just ensure that those procurement practices and so forth are being followed. And I just wanted to get that out there on the record, that's all.
I can tell you from my personal experience using it in another district, that contract was audited every year by our auditors just because of the notoriety and the view of it, and they never had any issues with how we used the contract or how it was implemented throughout the district.
No, that's really reassuring, and like I said, my conversation with Mr. Gwynn today was reassuring as well. I just also had heard various stories in different, not the district you were in, but in other districts and also municipalities where there were issues. And so it would be nice to maybe just audit it once to just see and make sure everything's going right and that all of these processes are being implemented with fidelity and it's working out, and then, let it go for a while longer, just to have that, I guess, insurance, if you will. And it's, again, just for the board to consider, think about, because y'all all know, or the public maybe knows or doesn't know, depending on who's watching, but we don't get a chance to all communicate with each other about what we're thinking, because we're not allowed to by law. And so this is the only time we get to have like a conversation. And so it's just for the sake of conversation to put on the table for later. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Malone.
Thank you, Mr. Gay.
Thank you, Ms. Malone. Ms. Jones?
Yes, I just have a quick maybe comment/question. So teachers are able to, just to clarify, teachers are able to purchase items through Amazon, and there's a school budget. So when they go in there to get their supplies for their classrooms or whatever, is there a limit, or from that campus?
It's up to the budget manager. The principal can say,
Okay.
you can go in and you can give me a list, and they will decide what they want their teachers to have. But
Okay.
it's strictly up to the budget manager.
Okay. Okay.
And clarifying on that, anything that they select would ultimately go through that system into PeopleSoft. So the principal would have to approve anything that they have put in as an order if they're given that level of access.
Okay. And as far as best, like she was saying, best value versus lowest price, I guess my concern is most of the time we choose Amazon because it's convenient. You're going to get it the next day versus Office Depot or somewhere else. You may get it in 2 or 3 days. So that may be also a concern when they're selecting items as how fast they can get it versus, lower price. So
Amazon drives the competition, and they get pretty good at delivering to try and beat Amazon on a regular basis. So you do what you have to do in order to get the business.
right. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Thank you, everyone, for the questions, and thank you, Mr. Gay, for your answers. And I personally want to thank you for being very honest and help us to understand this process. And I want to thank you for your wife, keep purchasing. So hopefully we can keep you here longer.
Keep me off the couch.
So no retirement for you. So thank you. Now let's vote. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. So the next item for consent agenda is going to be 9L10. But before we go to that item, because the budget committee requested a resolution, and which is tied to that item, so I'm going to move that action item to now, so we can have a discussion before we vote on item 9L10. Can I have a motion, please? It's 13G.
I move the board to approve consent agenda G14 as presented.
G14.
G14.
13G.
G13, I'm sorry.
13G.
I second.
We have a motion by Dr. Gilliam and a second by Ms. Malone. Do we have a discussion? So this is regarding to a resolution presented by the budget committee. So can we first hear from the Budget Committee, please?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Day. As I mentioned earlier in the committee report, this resolution kind of came out of that committee. There were several suggestions on how we should move forward, and really it was in an attempt to get consensus over approving the entirety of the bond budget. There were concerns that were shared in the last meeting, and so we addressed and we looked into those concerns, and various folks shared feedback on how those things could be addressed. Mrs. Hannum was one who mentioned moving forward with a resolution, and could we create a resolution that would present to the public showing the accountability and transparency and the intent of the board to have those safeguards. This resolution, also Mr. Chris Junty, thank you for the recommendation. Same thing in the committee. He recommended possibly meeting quarterly with the Budget and Finance Committee and reviewing things with Ms. Carolina Fazzetti, going over the bond in depth. And so those suggestions kind of rolled into play with it. And then in addition to that, we met with the board's counsel, Ms. Mickey Morris, regarding policy CV local at Dr. Christy Whitbeck's recommendation, as she prepared an opinion over the policy that was sent out to the full board. And then in addition to that, she heard our concerns and drafted this resolution on our behalf. And this resolution had full consensus from the committee. And we believe that that we would that really it's having the safeguards to the public that regarding the bond and its outlay, the board will be involved and engaged in this process. Thank you, President Day.
Thank you, Ms. Malone. Do we have any other comments or discussion? Ms. Garcia.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, during the meeting, I appreciate everybody that addressed our concerns. We had some questions. I think we kind of went back and forth on, we're approving and all of the bond packages and understanding that we're not necessarily just, writing the blank check. We are going to be approving each of just as we do every month, each of the contracts individually, anything over $50,000, so that understanding more and more about the process. I think the goal and the intent of the resolution is twofold for me, is sort of public facing, so that the public knows that the board is, as Ms. Malone says, they're actively engaged, because we've had a lot of questions kind of coming and going. I think the resolution is something that now that there's a new budget and bond committee, it gives us an opportunity to kind of be a little bit more engaged in that process and keep an eye on things. And it's not that we're, we like Trustee Hamilton said, we got to question every dollar, because that's kind of one of the reasons why we're up here. And it gives that extra set of eyes on things. And I think one of the other nice things about either if it's a resolution or if it's something in policy is that maybe it'll make the meetings go a little bit shorter, because when you present and you have a recommendation to the board, and there may be fewer questions because you've put your trust in the committee to make certain recommendations, to work with staff on certain things. One concern that I do have with the resolution, though, is that the resolution was done and it was written kind of over the weekend, and I know that Friday we were off, so staff didn't have an opportunity to look at it. But I think this is probably a good opportunity for us to possibly look at maybe, because resolutions tend to get lost in the mix. And I've had this question, and it doesn't matter for our sake. I think the intent is there to work constructively with staff, but there's not necessarily a particular order, like we have to vote on the bond packages versus the resolution first. And for me, and I've discussed this with board counsel, there's really no difference. So if we were to table the motion, which is something that I think we should consider doing, and so that staff has an opportunity to review it, because I like everybody else, I don't like surprises. So I can understand that if y'all just saw it over the weekend, that probably I would personally like to have y'all review it. One of the items on the resolution is that the committee will review all of the proposed use of bond contingency funds, which is kind of something that we're already going to do in the meetings anyway, so we would be doing it twice. The committee does it, and then the board does it. So there may be something with that for y'all to consider. But also the opportunity is maybe we add, since we now have a committee, we kind of add this, maybe look at maybe making this as part of policy or something, because it's there, it's easier to find, everybody knows the CV local, and then if there's a resolution, then, because I didn't know that there was a resolution in 2018 when Mr. Bassett sent it to me. I was like, oh, okay, well, there it is. You go read CV local, and there was no mention about any sort of resolution. So, but I wanted to throw that out there and see when anybody else thought about tabling this for August, so that staff has an opportunity, out of respect for staff, have an opportunity to review it and, see what their thoughts are.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Ms. Hannan?
Yes, and so I did make the recommendation, or actually I asked Mr. Bassett, I think, if there was any previous resolution that had been done. I can't remember how the question was framed, because I think it's very important that we vote and get the packages moving. And so I thought maybe a resolution of some sort would help some board members make sure that they're getting the level of transparency and accountability they need. But what I would like to do is I would like to ask Superintendent Whitbeck if she feels like her staff had time to review the resolution. I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but if it would behoove staff to get a chance to look at it, I would certainly respect that, because this was, really done in the 11th hour, and that's tricky for board members who weren't really part of that process on Thursday, in case they haven't had an opportunity to digest it either.
Well, in honesty, no, we didn't have time to really absorb it, think it through. We do have the resolution that was sent to the board, the budget committee members from the board created through their board council in 2014 and 2018, and that was shared, and that's really a lot about bond oversight. This one was more about the budget committee. So, a little more time, could we look at that as well as look at the other ones, so that you're getting what the board is really after, which is to show that you're being responsible, that you're looking at oversight, you're putting your eyes on it, the oversight committee is. Certainly, that's certainly an option. But have we seen it as of today? Yes, we have. It was just not until today.
Okay. And to be clear, I asked that question in no way with the intention of holding up not approving is it 54 packages tonight? That's really my thinking out loud. And I do agree with Mr. Garcia that it seems like the resolution would not need to be done tonight. We know that it's coming now, and people have a little bit more time to digest it for that oversight and transparency that actually aligns to CV local, but adds the addition, like Dr. Whitbeck said, of some things that the Budget and Finance Committee is wanting to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hannan. Ms. Jones.
Okay. I guess this is my first bond, so I'm just what has been done in the past and how have we done it? Everyone's talking about the new resolution, but what did the old resolutions consist of, and how does it differ from the new resolution that's been presented tonight? What's the difference?
There were two, 2014 and 2018, and they were pretty much identical. And they were all about the Bond Oversight Committee. So as you're a board member more, you'll know that about quarterly we have a Bond Oversight Committee. It consists of subject matter experts, engineers, construction folks, business people, but also there's some parents, community members, and our construction department, design and construction and facilities. They go over where we stand on the bond each time. How much money have we spent? What things came in over? What things came in under? Where do we stand? It's almost like a thermometer It's like every quarter you can see how much is spent. And they have those kinds of conversations, and those meetings are here. The doors are open. They're open to the public. It's a great process. I commend back in 14 when I was deputy, when that all began. I think it was outstanding. When I left to go be a superintendent in another district, I took that process with me because I thought it was outstanding and it was clear and it was transparent. And it brings in other voices. So that's what we currently, if you're asking what's in place, it's that. So I know Mr. Bassett may want to add
Also,
to that.
the Bond Oversight Committee reports back to the board annually. Okay, that's one of the things that was in that resolution that required that.
So how does this proposed resolution differ from anything we've done in the past? Is it the same thing or?
No, so we also, so speaking with Ms. Mickey Morris, with Mr. Morris, can you let me know, or do you happen to know, once the committee approved the resolution, when did the rest of the board, or did the rest of the board get the resolution, and also Dr. Whitbeck? And were there calls? Because I know that was one thing we wanted to make sure is that each board member had understanding, and if there were any questions that they could consult with counsel prior to make sure everybody would be ready today.
I believe that the resolution was shared on Friday with all the trustees and the administration with invitation for anyone to call if they had any questions regarding the resolution.
So, Ms. Jones, I'm sorry, Ms. Malone, did you finish your question and comment? Okay.
What I wanted to, I guess I don't want us to be repeating the same thing over and over again if we've done it before or what have you. If they haven't had the opportunity to review and make sure it aligns with what we've done in the past, I'm with Rick. I think we should table it until August.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Ms. Hannan?
Ms. Day, I'll just wait because I just wanted to make sure everyone was clear, and maybe Mr. Bassett or legal, when we get to voting on the items for the bond packages, I just want to make sure everybody understands CV local.
Yeah.
And that we're following that. And if we table it, I also want to make sure everybody understands. I think Ms. Jones has a good question. What are the additional pieces that maybe aren't in CV local that land in the resolution? That maybe the items, maybe the committee, Ms. Malone could specifically speak to the items that were added that weren't in the original 2018, 2014 resolutions. I'm not prepared because I don't have 2014 and 16 in front of me to show the markup. I would need to have that in front of me to show how they're different.
Okay. And same thing, I'm having trouble getting on this computer.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the resolution on my phone, and so I'm looking at the current resolution. I'm not sophisticated enough to pull up 14 or 18 on my phone.
So with that, I'll say that that one of the main differences is the board, they're right, the board would meet annually and get an update from the Bond Oversight Committee. And so in this resolution, it states that if the board wanted information from the Bond Oversight Committee, that they would share information to the committee that we would then share in a committee update at the monthly meeting. Another thing is, as Mr. Garcia mentioned, is the bond contingency fund. That typically when the bond contingency comes to the board, it comes to us and here's the item and they have their recommendation. And usually it's go time. We need to vote. And so the idea is that this committee would review those bond contingency items. Y'all remember in the board workshop or the bond workshop where we saw the $1 billion in deficiencies? Well, the current bond only has $615 million allocated towards deficiencies. Well, hopefully Ms. Fassetti is going to do her magic and we're going to have a lot of contingency funds that we can then address to the remaining deficiencies of nearly $400 million. So Mr. Garcia had a wonderful suggestion of wanting the committee to review those contingency items and to kind of have a little bit of stake in the game before it gets to the full board for a vote. And so that's another thing on there that it states, which actually it's consistent with CV local, but the way the practice is currently, we're not really a part of that decision-making process. We just kind of vote. The other thing is meeting quarterly. So having more of a quarterly in-depth meeting over it so that we're not here till, the late hours of the night, but that we basically do our due diligence to make sure that we are actively engaged in the process and have more of a depth of knowledge surrounding the bond and can ask questions with Ms. Fazzetti and make sure we share that information with the full board. So then when the community is asking, that we have folks who are dialogued and engaged. And I will say for myself that, and this is just me as one voting member of this board, that I know that I had issues with approving the entire budget for the bond package. And this resolution itself had prepared me to where I was willing to move forward. Now, I understand Dr. Whitbeck's objections and concerns over having the time to process. But I do want to mention this, that Ms. Morris drafted on administration's behalf an opinion surrounding policy CV local, which was sent to all of us, to the full board. And the intent on this was for her to hear and understand what Dr. Whitbeck had said, and then she got on a call with myself, Mr. Garcia, and Ms. Hannon, and she drafted the resolution. Frankly, we did not have one change except for the year, because we didn't write the resolution. There was no going back and forth. She heard the concerns of the board that we had relayed to her from our prior meeting, and she also heard the concerns of administration and drafted it. And frankly, from everything everyone has told me and from researching her, she's one of the most experienced procurement lawyers in the state of Texas, well-renowned. And she shared what other boards do and wrote the resolution, and frankly, I support the resolution and moving forward with it, especially if we're, to move forward with voting on the approval of the budget. Thank you. Lastly, I also want to say this. President Day just created the Budget and Finance Committee. This is all fast-tracked. This whole bond was fast. Once we got the bond and moving forward, next thing you know, we're having to do CMAR, and we're fast-tracking that process. Next thing, then it's architects, and we have to fast-track architects. Then we have to fast-track, and we're told we have to approve the entire budget of the bond. And then when I look back and I pull materials from prior meetings, it didn't say that. And so to say caught off guard, I think we've all been caught off guard in this situation to a degree. And frankly, we're all just trying to pull ourselves up from the bootstraps, work together, and find some common ground. And that's the intent in this. It's not to push anyone back one way or the other. It's to try to hear everyone's needs and concerns and make sure we have solid-footed working together moving forward. And lastly, regarding the Bond Oversight Committee, because I want to make sure I touch on this as well. So that was one question to Ms. Morris, is showing, do we show our support of the continuance of the Bond Oversight Committee in this resolution? And she said no, that would need to be a separate resolution. And so we've already gone forward with her on that, and she would be preparing another resolution which would be consistent, Ms. Jones, with the 2014 and 18 about the board's continued support for a bond oversight committee that is community-faced. So this is a separate resolution, and that's the main difference, that this is the board's more active involvement in the bond process.
Thank you, Ms. Malone. So, Mr. Bassett, do you have any comment?
Yes, ma'am. I'm not really sure how to react, but I think this board has always expected and appreciated, me being honest when called upon, and so, and I don't mean to offend anybody, but I was at the Budget Committee meeting, and the resolution as presented was a surprise to me. It just wasn't not what I expected. And I wrote some stuff down during the day today to make sure I didn't miss things, because I knew this is very important, and everything we're talking about here is critical. The BOC was established by the board in 2014 to appoint industry experts, as Dr. Whitbeck mentioned, to go into the details of bond development and execution, and to allow the board to focus on governance and academic success, just to be frank. BOC meetings are open to the public, and I know this isn't replacing the BOC, but bear with me. Everything that we submit to the BOC is what we would submit to the Budget Committee. I mean, we do the exact same things. After 9 years, the tenured BOC members have more industry experience and expertise on bond-related matters than the Budget Committee members. Okay? This effort would truly be redundant. Staff time is not unlimited. This last part I was hearing, I guess, was a little bit disturbing, and I got a text to that effect. Quarterly meetings to review contingency items could simply be a bottleneck when we have to react quickly. Okay? Budget committee members are free to attend BOC meetings. Mr. Garcia has been to some of them in the past. Board members can nominate additional BOC members as needed. If you know industry experts that you want to have, on these things, by all means, I mean, we'll take them. The more the merrier. That we have lost some of the members that were on there that were dedicated, but as we earned their trust, they simply fell off because they thought, man, this group knows what it's doing. And so anyway, this new resolution could diminish the importance of the BOC in the eyes of the current members and the public. That would be truly unfortunate, since the BOC really is a third-party oversight. It's not part of administration or the board. It really is third-party oversight. And finally, just simply, in my opinion, this resolution is not governance. It's getting far too into the details. Now, increasing transparency. I mean, I'm all about transparency, and that is a stated goal. One of the stated goals to support this resolution. When it comes to bond funds and transparency, our district is second to none. I mean, I've been in 5 districts. I've been in meetings with other districts across the state. We have the BOC meetings. Most don't. Our dashboard literally shows how every single dollar is spent, and that is open to the public. You will not find that on our peer districts. And the CV local, which Mickey Moore said in her thing, it's not, and we'll talk about later. It's not in the TASB. That's not what they recommend, and you won't see that in others. It's way beyond. It places boundaries around our bond management beyond what other districts require, and everything that changes has to be public. Okay, even when we don't have the if we're below thresholds where the board doesn't have to approve things, we still have to put it in the reports that we submit to the board, and they're all in line. Now, we have not had a budget committee before. And just in my opinion, if we're going to spend time on a budget committee, it needs to be spent on the general fund and the other issues that we have. The $1.26 billion bond is big. It's the biggest we've ever had. But every year, our district has $1 billion running through it. We're going to be approaching $800 million on the general fund alone. And we need to be spending more time on that. And so, the benefits, I mean, we're going to have big changes on the benefits, and I'd much rather spend the, budget committee time on that. I mean, because I'm talking big changes that we're going to have to do. So anyway, those are my thoughts, and just wanted to share those.
Thank you, Mr. Bassett, for that. I really appreciate it. So, Ms. Hannon, I know you'll have more comments.
Thank you. Yes, I just, and actually Mr. Bassett said, and I mean no disrespect, Ms. Malone, but I wanted to refer to the language that's in regarding design contingency and construction contingency funds, because it just says that we will be provided monthly information. And so I heard you say that this committee would be part of decision making and have a stake in the game, and so maybe we do need some clarity there, because we are just simply oversight. And the reason, and for the full board, the reason I made the recommendation for a resolution, because I was really afraid that this would not pass today based on the conversation I heard during the board agenda review. And I just really, I really think that CV Local really spells it out, that although we're approving these 54 packages, we aren't approving every item of spending because we have that $50,000 threshold when construction comes and when other items come within there. And so I would really recommend, Ms. Malone, that we table this, that we have a second look at it. I will, confess publicly, I said okay with this, because I do think it's so important tonight that we approve these items, and I hope that if we can table the resolution, it would not impair people's ability to vote yes on the packages in another item on the agenda.
Thank you, Ms. Hannan.
Thank you, Mr. Bassett, for your honest feedback.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Hannan. I just want to clarify, when you see proof this, you mean proof the bond package, right, not the resolution?
Yes, I'm referring to the other item, because right now we're talking about the resolution. Not the 54 items
Yes.
on the package. I just don't.
Yes, I understand. Okay. I just want to, we all understand that's what you meant. It's where you are talking about the bond package.
I'm talking about tabling the resolution
and
not
approve the bond package.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Yes.
Mr. Garcia.
And I'm fine with that as well. I mean, I think the intent was there, and I think being a new committee, we've never had this committee before, and I think that's something we need to take a look at. What's the most effective use of our time as that committee? So when we met on this, that was one of the things. A lot of us had concerns about improving all of the bond packages, and like Trustee Jones said, this is her first bond. This is my first bond, so we definitely need to dig in and understand the information. So, but that's important. So I think at this point, would we need to make a motion?
We need to make a motion to
Okay.
table it. Either anyone.
Here, I move to postpone item 13G.
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Malone, and we have a second by Ms. Hannan.
Madam Board President, can we please clarify to a time certain?
Yeah, we need to clarify. Ms. Malone, can you make your motion to clarify?
To the next regular business meeting?
Yeah.
Yes, I move to postpone item 13G to the next regular business meeting.
Oh, can you do it August? Because we only have July.
Oh,
Can you
yes.
do it
Okay.
August?
I move to postpone item 13G to the August board meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Malone. Can we have a second? We have a motion by Ms. Malone and second by Ms. Hannan. Can we vote? Yeah. Can we vote by hands? Now here it is. Oh, it's gone. Okay.
There it is.
Oh, here it is. Let's vote. Motion passes 7-0. So now we have the consent agenda 9L10, the bond program packages. Can I have a motion for that?
All right, I move to approve item 9L10 as presented.
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Malone and second by Mr. Hamilton. Do we have any discussion? Ms. June? No. No. Ms. Malone?
Okay, although we just postponed that resolution, and I understand that, and out of respect for administration and hearing the board, I support that, and I hope we can, not I hope, I expect that we will find common ground and collaborate in support of moving forward with approving this 2023 bond program master project packages. I said it before, and I think other members have said it as well. I am concerned. I have had community folks reach out to me with concerns as well. And The resolution was an attempt to ensure that the board is actively involved in some of the process. And Mrs. Hannon, yes, I misspoke by decision. I don't mean decision. I meant influence, just listening and knowing and being able to relay the information, because often it does come to us fast and furious. And so that we would have more advance notice and being a part of the discussion, I should say. And so with that, I'm confident, and I know, Mr. Garcia, you say it doesn't matter whether it's today or whether it's later, so I'm trusting our board that we are going to make sure that we have parameters in place that support the intent of the resolution that Ms. Morris drafted.
Thank you, Ms. Malone. Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Madam President. I agree with Ms. Malone. I think that the intent, and you all understand what I think we're, and if you don't, that's something that we need to work out. So the idea behind it, and there are the concerns. I have some similar concerns as well. So, and it's not necessarily my concerns. It's concerns that I hear from vendors, from folks trying to do business with the district, from constituents. So in my head, and yes, the district is very transparent from our perspective, from the community's perspective, there's probably some gaps there, and I don't know what those gaps are, but based on some of the conversations that I've had with, folks trying to do business with the district, folks that are currently doing business with the district, constituents, and so on and so forth, those are just some things that I hear that I think that in my head, this is one of those things that could probably have alleviated it. But to your point, if it's going to cause all these bottlenecks, I don't want to be the bottleneck. I understand the role of a trustee is at this 50,000-foot level, and I don't want to get, because then you might as well just hire me at that point, I think, if I'm doing all this down at the, and I understand the dashboard and this and that. So I think that we need to have some conversations on how we can address those gaps just based on the, and I know I understand the bond passed by 60 whatever percent it was, but there are some things out there that I think we need to just be mindful of, and those are some of the conversations I think we should have.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Dr. Gilliam?
Just a quick thank you, Mr. Bassett, for your comments and sharing. It made, for me, everything much clearer as far as the reason or why we don't need to do this. And the only thing, and I'm not going to make this long, but we have to remember, I just want to share with board members, we have to remember that we are governance. And I am in agreement with Mr. Garcia. We're not on the payroll. And we need to make sure that, I'm going to say what we need to do, make sure that we of course are helping with the transparency or what have you, but at the same time that we're not in the weeds. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gilliam. And also, I wanted to make comments. I really appreciate this honest conversation, Mr. Bassett, because I do, before come to the board meeting, to have better understanding all the roles, and I appreciate Dr. Gilliam and Mr. Garcia. And just to know, so everybody know, we do have a plan. The officers, we already had a brief discussion. We wanted to look into the board operating procedure and have a conversation with Dr. Wayback and to see how we can, not only just for one particular committee, how all the committees better work together with the administration to have the collaboration. So I hear everyone's concern, and I really appreciate, Ms. Malone, your concern is totally valid. And I'm sure everybody here, not on the budget committee, appreciate the work the budget committee has done. And, I just feel, I think today we need to move forward with the package, and then we will also take the work to look into how the committee to work the best with the administration together. So that being said, I don't see any other. Oh. Okay. Let's vote. Thank you. We are voting on the bond package. Yes. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you for everyone. So now the only item left on the consent agenda is 9L9. So today we received some last minute information and the board need the legal counsel. So by this time, I'm going to put the board to bring the board to the closed session. So we will now convene in closed session under Texas Open Meeting Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, under the following sections. Section 551.071 for the purpose of private consultation with the board attorney on any or all subjects or matters authorized by law. Section 551.072, consider purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. Section 551.074, personnel matters. Section 551.076, security matters. Section 551.084, student discipline matters or complaint. Or Section 551.0821, personality identifiable information about public school student. The time is now 8:22 p.m. and we are now convened in closed session. The time now is 10:46. We are now reconvening in open session. And first, we're going to go to the consent agenda item 9L9. Can I have a motion for that?
Yes, I move the board to approve consent agenda 13F as presented.
13.
Wait a minute.
9L9.
I'm sorry. Where are we?
9L9.
I'm sorry. I move the board to approve consent agenda 9L9 as presented.
Second.
A second.
Thank you. I have a motion by Dr. Gilliam and a second by Ms. Hannon. Do we have a discussion?
None.
I see no discussion. Let's vote. Motion passes 7-0. Yes. So next, we're going to have a motion correction for the consent agenda 9A, starting to the meeting minutes. Can I have a motion?
Yes, I move to rescind the board's vote approving the minutes of the March 6th, 2023 special called meeting and agenda review, and that the board approve the minutes of the February 24th, 2023 special called meeting, Alameda Crawford High School attendance community workshop.
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Hannon and second by Ms. Malone. Please vote. Now we're going to move on. Motion passes 7-0. Now we have action items from closed session. Do we have a motion?
Yes, I move the board to approve the action item 13F
13F.
as presented.
A second.
13. This is not a closed session action item, but we can vote on this.
Okay.
It's okay. 13F. Do we have a discussion? This is regarding to efficiency audit engagement letter. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. Motion passes 7-0. So, yeah, we're going to go back to the action item from closed session. We have few motions from closed session. Can I have a motion, please?
I move the Board of Trustees approve the resolution agreement in TEA docket number 257 SE 0423A and authorize the superintendent to execute the agreement.
Can I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Malone and second by Mr. Garcia. Do we have a discussion? No. No discussion. Let's vote. Motion passes 7-0. Do we have another action item from closed session?
I move the Board of Trustees accept the superintendent recommendation and appoint Amber Williams to the position of Executive Director of Human Resources.
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Jones and second by Ms. Hannon. Do we have a discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. Motion passes 7-0. Do we have another motion from closed session?
Yes, I move the Board of Trustees accept the superintendent's recommendation and appoint Catherine Carbo to the position of Principal, Ronald Thornton Middle School.
Second.
We have a motion by Dr. Gilliam and second by Ms. Malone. Do we have a discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. Motion passes 7-0. Can I have another motion from closed session, please?
I move that the Board of Trustees assign the Level 3 FNG parent complaint of Eva Frazier to the Board's designated hearing officer, Myra Schneider, under the Board Policy FNG Local.
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Jones, second by Ms. Hannan. Do we have a discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. Motion passes 7-0. Do we have another motion from closed session, please?
Yes, I move the Board of Trustees adopt the resolution regarding the joint representation by Walsh, Gallegos, Trevino, Kyle, and Robinson PC of all member districts in the Brazoria-Fort Bend Regional Day School Program for the Deaf Shared Services Arrangement and delegating authority to the superintendent to sign the resulting agreement.
Second.
We have a motion by Dr. Gilliam and second by Ms. Hannan. Just to note, this is the action item 13A. And do we have discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Motion passes 7-0. Do we have another motion from closed session?
Madam President, I move the Board of Trustees assign Level 3 FNG parent complaint of Jacinta Green to the Board's designated hearing officer, Myra Schneider, under Board Policy FNG Local.
I second.
We have a motion by Mr. Garcia and second by Ms. Hannan. And do we have a discussion?
No discussion.
Thanks for the laugh. Please vote. The general counsel? Yeah. No. Yeah. Motion passes 7-0. I believe we have another motion from closed session, Mr. Garcia. It's late.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the Board of Trustees accept the superintendent's recommendation and appoint Mr. Kobe Wilbanks to the position of General Counsel of Fort Bend ISD.
I second.
We have a motion by Mr. Garcia, second by Dr. Gilliam. Do we have a discussion?
None.
Seeing none, let's vote. Motion passes 7-0. Congratulations, Mr. Wilbank. Now we are moving on to action item. Can I have a motion for item 13B? The general fund and debt services for 23-24. Can I have a motion?
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the 2023-24 General Fund 199, Debt Service Fund 599, and Child Nutrition Fund 240 budgets as presented.
Second.
We have a motion by Dr. Gilliam and second by Ms. Hannan. Do we have discussion? Seeing none, please vote.
Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you
can go first.
No, I don't have anything. I was backing you up.
You forgot to say no comment. No, go ahead.
Ms.
No,
Malone.
I'm going to be very brief on this, and I'll just refer to really Mr. Gwynn or Mr. Bassett on this one, as far as we're approving these budgets today because we have to, and that we're still essentially pending what is the state legislature going to do, and both, well, this item and the upcoming item are both likely going to be amended in the near future.
That is a correct statement. The legislature is apparently going to have additional special sessions, and that could result in additional state funding that would result in the need to amend the budget.
Okay, thank you, sir. And with that, I will say that I have high hopes that the state legislature will increase funding so that we can increase our compensation for our teachers and staff.
That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Malone. I don't see any more discussion. Let's vote. Motion passes 7-0. Can I have a motion for 13C?
I move the Board of Trustees approve the General Fund and Debt Service Fund budget amendment for 2022-23 as presented. I second.
We have a motion by Dr. Gideon and second by Mr. Garcia. Do we have a discussion? See none, let's vote. Motion passes 7-0. Can I have a motion for action item 13D?
I move the Board of Trustees approve Cadence McShane Construction Company, LLC, as the construction manager at risk for BP001 Briargate Elementary rebuild and authorize the superintendent to negotiate and execute the agreement.
I second.
We have a motion by Dr. Gilliam and second by Mr. Hamilton. Do we have a discussion? I don't see any discussion. Let's vote. Motion passes 7-0. Next, 13E.
Yes, Madam President, I move the Board of Trustees approve the Satterfield and Pontykes Construction Incorporated as the construction manager at risk for BP002 Mission Bend Elementary rebuild and authorize the superintendent to negotiate and execute the agreement.
Second.
We have a motion by Dr. Gilliam and second by Ms. Jones. Do we have a discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. Motion passes 7-0. I think we got all the action items. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
I motion to adjourn.
I second.
The time is 10:58 p.m. and we are now adjourned. Have a good night, everyone.